Do, 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 yeah. Woody woo, woo, do, boo, do, do. Watching this. Whoa, yeah, yeah. Bakeroo needs to know if that was me. It totally was. Ooh, yeah. Okay. Hey. All kinds of stuff is happening to the base. So yeah, like off screen, I've been doing a lot of side missions. I've been expanding the plant. Hey, baby girl, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day at work. My essential girlfriend, Mamacita, over there. But yeah, got my mother base fully capped out. Working on the other ones. They are not quite done yet, and they require a fuckload of GMP. My God. But yeah, if I can get the command platform on both of these FOBs maxed out, that'll help. A bit of a problem I've been having. I have too many staff, so every time I get more staff, it automatically lays off people as they come. So I had to go through the other day and actually go through my staff and start letting go the more mediocre rated ones. Yeah, it's pretty much if they are ranked A or below at anything and they were unskilled, then yeah, they had to take the boot. And as a person who was laid off recently, that hurt a little bit, because it's like, shit, is this what happened to me? Taking it like way too personally. Hey, whoa, 1337, it's elite precious metals, and there's only 8 people here, so why don't we do this one for a warm-up? Yes. Another thing that I had been doing while I was off camera is I've been reverting Demon Snake. I've been doing everything I could to get Demon Snake reversed. And that includes like visiting the wildlife sanctuary, going as non-lethal as possible. And so yeah, Snake is back to normal. And I'm extremely pleased with that. I don't want to hurt anyone here, so I'm going fully non-lethal for this FOB. I've also been customizing guns. I've been making sure that they're up to spec. And, yeah. Oh, one cool thing I also got, I got the Hand of Jehuti arm, which is a huge Zone of the Enders reference, which I fucking adore. I love the hell out of Zone of the Enders. Hence the Zone of the Enders logo in the background and everything else. It was one of my first animations, actually, was a Zone of the Enders parody. Zone of the Awesome in 2009 on Newgrounds. I was hugely inspired by Egoraptor and Metal Gear Awesome, and I love Metal Gear. I love Zone of the Enders, so I wanted to make that like my first like honest try, and that was extremely fun. I had sequels planned. I wanted to continue Zone of the Awesome, and I don't know, over the years, like, awesome video game parodies kind of fell out of trend. It fell out of trend for Egoraptor too. Like, he didn't even want to do it anymore. And you know, like, good for him. Aaron Hansen, Egoraptor. He's been doing really good shit, and I'm super proud of him. He's been cracking out into professional voice acting. He was in Mighty Magiswords. He was in Rick and Morty. Like, he's doing it, you know? He's following his dreams with Game Grumps.
Be careful down there, boss.
I don't blame him one bit. I'd still love to meet that guy. Love to meet Aaron Hansen. And literally just bring up Zone of the Awesome and how it, like, inspired me to make one of my first major animations. Oh, and yeah, and he worked with Cyanide and Happiness for years and years. Ted Bear, he was a guy who could sit anywhere. Among others. And I think that was mostly because he was, he found great success in the Newgrounds community, just being a voice actor who would do any role. And just like, if anybody needed anything, he would do it. And, I was thinking about it, and that's also what Josh Tomar did, who is also known as Tomomato on Newgrounds. He was a prolific voice actor in the Newgrounds community who would just do any role, any of them, and he would do hundreds of them. And over time, people knew who he was.
Where are your friends?
Because he was in fucking everything under the sun. And I realized, you know, if you want to make it as a voice actor, that's kind of what you have to do. You can't be picky about it and, like, wait for the perfect role or something. No, like, you gotta just do literally anything and everything. And then once you have such a high volume of credentials under your belt, it's like, how could people not know who you are? It's like, oh yeah, that's fucking Josh Tomomato. He does Oni plays now. He's on the Chris O'Neill's channel. That's going to be an opportunity to show you what this handed Jehuti thing does. It's kind of ridiculous. Please keep walking. There we go. Is there someone across the way? There is. I don't like that. Oh. Well, looks like I'll have another opportunity to do this real quick. So the little Jehuti nodes start twirling out. And it's this ranged thing that can reach out and grab them and pull them to you, just like in Zone of the Ender's second runner. It's that wisp grabbing technique. I'm going to do him across the way here, and hopefully he doesn't fall to his death. And it's hilarious. You can clear out an entire base by teleporting them over to you and beating the shit out of them. You gotta be kidding me. Because that was perfect stealth, baby! Grizzly Adams. Maybe you should put more people on your platform. Because usually if it's more than 16, I'm kind of fucked. Because I'm not that good. I'm not that great at this. Okay, I'm making room for some more S-rank people. I don't have to let people go. That's good. Some of the people I was, like, firing or I was letting go from Mother Base were like people I must have captured like way early on in the game. They were like rank 13, rank or like rank like D and rank like they were just bottom of the barrels, rank E people and stuff like that. It was kind of gnarly. All right. Before we get started on these missions, I want to make sure that my combat unit is fully capped and doing shit. I've been knocking out these dispatch missions and reaping the rewards from that, like in the offline dispatch missions. So I've been trying to do that as much as possible. I'm pretty sure all of these are doing something. Because I notice, like you know, you go to the map and you have these little icons where people are prepared to do Fulton things. They have helmets, they have this, they have that. So, and I'm talking about these red icons off to the right here, the top right red things, pink things. The redder they are, the more prepared they are in these realms. So, like the moon, for instance, is like night vision goggles, and they'll have flashlights, and they'll be ready for your nighttime operations. And I think the pistol is like they're ready for direct combat with you. The camera is like they're ready for like surveillance. Helmets, they have helmets. The balloon popping thing, they're ready to pop balloons out of the air. And if the far right one, the crosshairs, is like they have snipers. They're ready for you to be a sniper. So, you go to these combat deployments, as soon as this loads. You can send your dudes over to here to cut off their supply of certain weapons. Shotguns, not concerned about, because I'm going to be sniping them a lot. Machine guns could be a problem. Body armor, absolutely a problem. I'm going to send my A++ guys, and hopefully they get promoted in the process. Directional mines, that's always a pain in the ass. Decoys, never been a problem. Gas masks, could be a nuisance, but, you know, like, let's do this one. Okay, so now my combat unit is fully capped out, and now we are ready to do some shit. Stealth footprints. What is this? Eliminate all the walker gears?
Boss, this contract comes from the MPLA, the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola. Apparently, new Western bipedal weapons have been deployed to Ditati Abandoned Village and are a threat to their troops. Our job is to eliminate them. The bipedal weapons they're talking about are, of course, walker gears. As I previously reported, they're already in active service with PFs in Africa. But don't you find it strange? A PF employed by the West obtains a prototype developed by the Soviets, yet the Russia-backed MPLA don't know the details. Eastern weapons technology developed in Afghanistan is being supplied to the West in Africa. Only Cypher would be capable of making something like that happen. So, boss, eliminate the walker gears at Ditati Abandoned Village, just like the MPLA have asked. Once you do, the PF will need to contact its supplier, giving us a chance to close in on that supplier. Cypher.
Alright. It would appear to me that we're going to be going lethal with this one. To the rear. Well, let's see what this is. This is like a stun Fulton thing. I don't know what this is going to do. I've never used this before. Fuck it, let's try it. And we could throw out with a grenade launcher as our main. I don't really see the downside of doing that. As for secondaries, I don't think I have any anti-vehicle things, so we're going to use this SMG as our primary. I'm going to double check to make sure that this is the best machine gun I could be rolling out with. A little bit more damage, less range. Not a fan of that. Less range, less grouping. Mach 37 for the win. For our non-lethal, we're going to stick with the rocket arm. I seem to prefer it more than the Jehuti arm. But, you know, there's a possibility that I could rip out a pilot of a walker gear out of the walker gear with the Hand of Jehuti, so let's see what happens with that. And since this is going to be primarily anti-vehicular combat, fuck it, let's crack out a tank. We got more M84s and TD-77s, which is weird. So, here we go. I'll try to resort to the tank last. I want to see if these other things work. So I'll get the tank into position, hop out, and experiment around. The quieter of my options would be to try out the Hand of Jehuti first. And if I can incapacitate a walker gear with the Hand of Jehuti, then that means I have a walker gear to hop into should the tank fail. So, test 1, Hand of Jehuti. Test 2, the Fulton rocket launcher. And test 3,
Boss.
grenade launcher?
This contract comes from the People's Movement for the Liberation of Angola, also known as the MPLA. The PF at Ditati Abandoned Village has been supplied with walker gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. This just might get us closer to the walker gear supplier, Cypher. Good luck, boss.
500 meters is plenty of a drive for us to knock out some intel tapes. As you notice, before it was at like 99 because I wasn't listening to them at all. Yeah, every time I'm like walking out to someplace, I'm just trying to knock one out, and lately I've been catching up with it. For instance, did you know the Code Talker is just filled with fucking parasites? I know that now. The creepy old man. I'll catch you up by starting up here.
Code Talker. Haven't seen you eat a single thing since you got here. Let me guess. Photosynthesis? Oh? What makes you say that? Well, a long time ago, I knew someone with a similar ability.
He's talking about the Metal Gear Solid 3 boss, the End, who is an old man sniper.
Most of my body is covered with parasites. I supply them with water, and in return, I receive sugars they produce when exposed to light. It isn't just my skin either. The parasites also act as my eyes. They have replaced many of my internal organs as well. It is thanks to them that I live on after over a century.
How did you obtain them anyway? Through your research?
I would like to say as much, but there is more to it than that. Let me take you back 20 years. I had hit a dead end with my parasite research. Then I was approached by a foundation. They said they had a sample of an unusual strain of parasite.
Which foundation?
Apparently, they had links to ARPA. But that is all I learned. I was somewhat ignorant of the ways of the world. Just being able to study it was enough for me.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Go on.
Half in doubt, I visited them to discover the body of an old man. Well, to be precise, his partial remains. A collection of parts, you could say. The man had died in an explosion.
An old man, you say?
His flesh had not decomposed. In fact, the tissue's cells were still metabolizing. The parasite had infected, or should I say assimilated.
He's coming too. Roger that.
And was keeping them alive. I became obsessed with studying the body parts. forgoing food and even sleep. Every day was filled with new discoveries. The parasite's biology...
That's a target. Eliminate it any way you'd like.
Life cycle. But there was only so much I could learn through observation. And so I made a decision. To truly know the parasites, I had to live with them.
So, you implanted them inside you from the dead man's flesh?
Correct. It was quite a gamble, whether or not they would adapt to me. But fortunately, it appears I was compatible with them. Or perhaps, through my many years of research, my immune system learned to tolerate them.
Were they that body's only parasite?
Yes. However, there was a separate specimen that supplied its host.
The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Another that could control insects at will through secreting heterogeneous pheromones. I wanted exposure to them, to take them into me. But my wishes were denied. Their records, though, provided clues that helped advance my research. Would you care to join me? A life spent never worrying about food is a most wonderful one.
I think I'll pass. But thanks. This has been helpful.
Just two of them? That answers that question. Looks like I could do this in a way that doesn't rely on the tank, but I'm going to try to get the tank a little bit closer without tipping him off. Hey, what's this?
That rodent is a gerbil. Don't worry, it can't hurt you.
I'll have to come back for it. Because I've been visiting the wildlife sanctuary, I've also been trying to capture more animals. Somehow that's humane, I'm not sure. I mean, I guess I am extracting them out of a war zone, so... Just like I'm extracting these carrots out of a war zone. Shit. Really glad these guys don't have the sense to be like, hey, what the fuck, that tank isn't ours, and they don't all just start immediately freaking out as soon as they see it. Because I would. Maybe not freak out, but I'd be alarmed. It's like, excuse me, what the fuck is that? Hey, hold on. You've been at this base for how long? And what the hell is that? I really should get that tank closer. Okay. This is close enough. Shit, too close. Three of them are fucked up about that. Honk, honk. Honk, honk. Oh my god, that guy's dead. And that guy does not give a shit. Alright, time to test this thing out.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
This is a smoke launcher. God damn it. What? Failed.
Failed, boss.
How was that a mission failed? I thought I was supposed to destroy these things.
The PF at Ditati Abandoned Village has been supplied with walker
Isn't that-
gears.
Isn't
Your
that
job
right?
is to eliminate them all.
Total
Destroy
stealth.
them, extract them, whatever you see fit.
Oh,
Good luck,
no. I have a completely wrong kit for this. Total stealth. Damn it. Oh, that's embarrassing. I'm keeping this rocket launcher, but that sucks. Stealth. Damn it.
The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Okay, take this little pill. Oh. Damn.
Mission failed, boss.
PF at Ditati Abandoned Village has been supplied with walker gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. Good luck, boss.
Alright, you gotta take out that full armored bitch.
The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Give me the plant. Give me the plant. Ooh, girl, give me the plant. That lock is useless.
Talk. Where are your friends?
There are prisoners here? Oh, there are prisoners here. Huh, thanks, buddy. Shit. 2 prisoners.
Help! Donkey.
Shit. No, you don't.
Stuur iemand om onderzoek in te stellen. Hou je ogen open voor verdere activiteit. Uit! Okay, subject is in.
Building, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is.
Spit it out. Where are your friends?
Damn. Alright, gotta get that watchtower guy. Oh, hey. Boy, this thing really doesn't like moving targets.
Spit it out.
Good to know. What's up, Geoff Tones? Thanks for subscribing. Oh, good. Can't shoot that barrel, 'cause that'll kill the prisoner. Uh-huh. This is broken. Can't use this. Can't use this hand, this arm for this one. I mean, moving forward, because this is just unfair. What's this guy? Oh, he's unsanitary. Take a bath in hell.
Nice work. Nice work. Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Gotta be something else here. Like a blueprint. That's what I'm looking for. Fuel resources, always good. Many things require fuel resources.
Nice work. Keep it up. Great. No targets remaining. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land.
Those guys just fucked off. They just left. Oh, hello. Shit. Oh no.
Mission failed, boss.
What checkpoint are they going to send me to?
The PF at Ditani
God
Abandoned Village has been
damn
supplied
it.
with walker gears. Your job is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. The targets have been deployed to that outpost. Find and eliminate all of them.
Damn it! The mission's a failure.
It's incredible.
The PF at Ditati
When
Abandoned
I'm off
Village
camera,
has been supplied with walker gears.
I
Your job is to
rarely
eliminate them
ever
all.
fail.
Destroy them, extract them, whatever you
And
see
when I'm on
fit.
camera,
The targets have been deployed to
it's
that outpost.
constant.
Find and eliminate all of them.
Well, how's everyone doing? Y'all holding up all right during the quarantine? Yeah, he's gonna.
Talk.
So tough. Oh yeah. Because if I knock him out, he's just gonna wake up again.
Spit it out.
Oh, like on your commute to work? Oh yes. Damn it.
Mission failed, boss.
The PF at Ditati Abandoned
Alright.
Village has been supplied with walker gears.
Mission
Your job
mailed.
is to eliminate them all. Destroy them, extract them, whatever you see fit. Good luck, boss.
Yeah, it is definitely on sale. I would highly recommend picking it up because it is a wonderful ride. This smoke launcher is all great and all, but it's not what I need for this mission right now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It seems a little odd. But, I don't know, I'm just glad it's super on sale like that.
Find and eliminate all of them.
Because this is one that I kind of slept on, because, I don't know, like, I played Metal Gear Solid 4, and that seemed like a conclusion. It seemed like the final bit of it all. Tied everything up in a nice, neat little bow. And then it's like, there's a fifth one? What? And admittedly, like, I was a part of that group that was like, oh, well, if it's not voiced by David Hayter, then it's not Solid Snake. But, I've actually really enjoyed Kiefer Sutherland's voice acting as Venom Snake. I just wish he would talk more. He barely says anything at all. Alright, try something different. Either someone doesn't cost money, like... Oh man, never played any of the Metal Gear Onlines. Sometimes wonder what I'm missing out on. What were some of your favorite moments from Metal Gear Online? Like, what was some of the stuff that you would do?
Spit it out. Help!
Oh, that's awesome. Those guys on the road just woke the fuck up. Like nothing's wrong. You versus everybody else. Seems like a nightmare.
Okay, subject is in.
You know what, I'm not gonna risk it. I'm gonna go about this safely. No stealth, no alert status. Just some groovy good times. Is it here? It's here. Functional alert status. They're all leaving.
That's a target. Eliminate it any way you'd like.
Go down. There we go. Come on, just come closer. Come closer. Flawless work. You never cease to amaze, boss. That's the way. Great. No targets remaining. Your objective's complete. Exfiltrate out of the hot zone by chopper or on land. time
on board. Leave the rest to
without
us.
freaking everybody out. This time smoothly. Damn it. Silencer's out on this thing. CP. Shit, I'm about to do it again. Please don't look over here. Please don't look over here. Why did I bring the tank? It said perfect stealth. Why did I bring the tank? Stealth tank. Yeah. To go. Did I do it?
What?
There we go.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss. Amazing. Mission complete. That right there is why you're the best, boss.
After 3 tries. Whoa, hey.
Boss, we were right. Once you'd eliminated those walker gears, a resupply call was made from Ditati to CFA headquarters. The CFA then contacted none other than Sainer. That's right, the shell company that owned Mfinda Oilfield.
Mfinda.
So Sainer was just a front for Cypher. The resupply won't be happening just yet. But we did learn that the walker gears are transported out of Nova Braga Airport. Apparently,
The only
there's a
airport in the
distribution
region?
network
Yeah.
on the Savannah that links all the PF outposts. I'll have the intel team investigate this network. If Cypher is supplying PFs with walker gears, the PFs have to be offering them something in return. We follow the money trail. We might just find ourselves on Cypher's doorstep.
In which we shall pop him in the head. Pop him in the head. Doombat. Oh, what else we got in this region? Prisoner extraction 06. Eliminate the armored vehicle unit. Fuck, like I'm already in a tank. Let's do that. May as well knock them both out at the same time. While we're here. While we're in the neighborhood. Nice. A plus and a physician. I actually had to let go a lot of physicians when I was getting rid of people who were non-A rank. And if my memory serves correctly, there should be a sniper on top of this hill. Let's go pay him a visit. The hell? What's the beginning of this hill? Shit. Come on. Come on. I saw the prompt. I saw it. I saw it. Damn it. I want that one. Oh yeah, I could do this. There is a sniper on the hill. And that's everyone accounted for except for the sniper. So, kill, Mary, kill Mary. They shuffled around. There's another S rank in there somewhere. Shit. But you're definitely coming with me. You? Nah. Sorry, buddy.
He's coming too.
You?
Roger that.
Let's find out. Hey, he's a physician.
You got to extract him.
Hello.
That's the target.
Goodbye.
Subject is in.
Now, to get rid of this tank unit. Upon which, we shall extract the fuck out of here. And get on with the main missions. Because I seriously avoid the main missions until the stream. And I've been like itching to get them going. The fuck? Oh. I'm like, oh my god, a dead body. Oh, I made that one. Sorry. Oh, right. Tapes. You guys can look these up.
I have no doubt Skullface's plan is almost complete. At that point, I will no longer be of use to him. I must leave behind this record at least. A record of how the ancient vocal cord parasites became these abominable ethnic cleansing parasites. I believe he has two purposes for the ethnic cleansing parasites. The first, as their name suggests, is ethnic cleansing. This conflict between East and West that envelops the world will not last much longer. Once the Cold War ends, and the weight of America and the Soviet Union is lifted away, the ethnic conflicts they kept suppressed will all rise to the surface. It is not difficult to imagine that the
That's the target.
will begin cleansing their adversaries. But what if an ethnic cleansing parasite matching the language of the aggressors were to be unleashed? The aggressors would be washed off the earth. At the very least, the idea that retaliation could eradicate your people would prove a powerful deterrent. The second purpose is the Englishization of the world. To cipher the organization, this is probably their main use. Man thinks in words, or rather, words are man's very means of thinking. If you erase a word representing some concept, the concept itself disappears from the world. Nishone means beautiful in Navajo, but the image that comes to mind when we say Nishone differs from the Blagana's beautiful. An azure sky, a rolling landscape, lush greenery. The meaning we place in Nishone has its roots in Diné culture. If we lose the word Nishone, the images of our beautiful homeland would be washed away into oblivion along with it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Years ago, Cypher, being based in America, is pushing Englishization for this very reason. Suppose all 5 billion people on this planet come to read, speak, and think in English. Their wills could also be streamlined under English. Cypher's control would be all the easier. Economic governance would progress in leaps and bounds. The ethnic cleansing parasites would be a great aid in accomplishing this goal. There is no need to destroy every language besides English. All they need to do is weaken other dominant languages competing with it. Russian, Chinese, Arabic. If people know they risk their lives speaking such...
You gotta extract him.
They will flock to the lingua franca, that is English. Cypher need not even focus attention on smaller languages. After all, they are already being eaten away by English. Business, education, film, commodities. English has permeated every area of global society. I can see this when I look at young Diné. Some of them have already lost their Navajo language It is said that over 2,000 languages of the world are facing extinction. This very moment, cultural concepts and forms of expression are disappearing forever. The spread of electronic networks gives greater meaning to Englishization. Networks have no national borders. By basing them on a single language, they can penetrate deeper into and between people. That basic point of unity provides the ideal environment for someone who aims to control people's wills. But how does this differ from building the Tower of Babel? The ethnic cleansing parasites attempt to rob man of his words. Such irony. It was the vocal cord parasites that gave words to him in the first place. Ancient man had no language. Unable to produce complex sounds due to the structure of the throat, he could communicate only through simple vocalizations and gestures. Then the vocal cord parasites infected his larynx. Man's transition to walking upright did not gift him solely with intelligence, but also with his voice. At the time, the vocal cord parasites never harmed man. They merely took a small measure of nourishment. In fact, you could call it a symbiotic relationship. Some animal species use particular vocalization patterns to attract a female and reproduce. Songbirds, certain insects, and also the vocal cord parasites. The difference is that the parasites themselves did not produce sounds. Rather, they had their hosts, man, do it for them. Once secure...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
A male vocal cord parasite caused the host to produce a certain sound pattern, something like a warble of a bird. Meanwhile, females parasitizing other host pharynxes need only wait. Upon hearing the sound pattern of an attractive mate, they would manipulate their hosts into making contact with the person it came from. The female traveled through his host's saliva to the other host's vocal cords, where the male was waiting and the pair copulated. We can only imagine how the female manipulated his host, but it was probably through smell. Smells traveled directly to the limbic system via the olfactory cilia in the nasal cavity. Volatile compounds released by the female would stimulate the limbic system, which controls instincts, making the host feel amorous. This kind of sexual selection naturally led to competition between the male parasites. Males that had their hosts produce sounds perceived by females as more attractive succeeded in copulating and producing offspring. Evolutionary traits caused by sexual selection are curious. The peacock's feathers, the mannequin's dance, the firefly's luminescence pattern, even with courtship behaviors that are not advantageous to survival. Those individuals that excel in them produce offspring, and it escalates with each generation. The same was true of the vocal cord parasites. Courtship vocalization rhythms and intonations became more sophisticated, and in order for man to produce such sounds, they had to alter his vocal organs. By lowering the position of the larynx and developing resonating chambers, they enabled more complex pronunciations. But that was not all. The vocal cord parasites activated a transcription factor that would later control man's language ability. A protein that, due to its appearance, is called forkhead box protein P2, or FOXP2. Activating this transcription factor.
It's a podcast of an old man that studies parasites that have been weaponized in this sci-fi espionage thriller. Good God, I feel like I should be taking notes. I feel like I can already smell graphite and scantrons, fluorescent lighting, coffee, 5-hour energy shots. It's all coming back to me. Weighted backpacks. It's time for school, folks. Okay. Mission Extreme Trader's Caravan.
Boss, about those walker gears deployed by the CFA. It appears that it's not just the CFA. PFs all along the Angola-Zaire border are also getting equipped with them. The bipedal technology was developed by the Soviets, but Cypher's the one supplying it to the PFs. The question is why? What's in it for them? The answer may lie in the compensation being traded to Cypher by the PFs. Many outfits operating in Africa get locally mined resources as spoils of war. Diamonds, nuggets of gold, and rare metals. According to the intel team, there's a PF convoy that regularly transports the goods.
Seen things.
Escorted by armored vehicles, no less. Pretty heavy security for crossing the remote Angolan savannah. I can't imagine Cypher would be so interested in minerals alone. Those convoys have to be transporting something else. Something that holds the key to Cypher's plans. Boss, I want you to extract the truck, cargo and all, from the PF convoy. Let's find out what Cypher's real goals are.
Have I already done Trader's Caravan? I have. This is just an extreme version of it. Okay. Swapping out the arm of Jehuti for my usual. And I regretted not having my trusty trank gun on me in that last mission. Grenade launcher is out. Gonna have this one with the underslung smoke grenade launcher. And trusty snoozer. Or do I want to do that? Because I think I'm gonna be I'm gonna have to fight those assholes. Better grouping, please. We'll get them down really low in health, and then I'll try to knock them out and capture them, actually. Because I have this parasite suit that requires their parasites in order to use. So I think I'm going to be fighting the Skull Squadron. My two primary weapons will be there to whittle them down, and I'll use both my secondaries to try and knock them out.
Boss, your objective is to steal an entire truck from a PF convoy. We don't have a fix on the truck we want, but the intel team has spotted the unit that's been tasked with escorting it. They're stationed at the guard post to the north of Nova Braga Airport on the Savannah. The rendezvous with our target will be any time now. Start by heading to that guard post. Then follow the escort unit. It should lead you right to the target truck. Boss, extract them from the mission area. You can check the target details on your iDroid.
supposed to be a blueprint here as well. I got a feeling it's going to be in that encampment I'm going to head to. Alright, Professor, where were we?
The rise of the vocal cord at that time, but for most parasites, the male and female were another split. And they came to inhabit the host's vocal. The parasites developed the host. The relatively upright posture of the dinosaurs was important in this, because the crooked L-shaped larynx was more suited to the development of resonating chambers. These developments ushered in a time of great prosperity for the parasites. But
so basically, these weaponized parasites
had a major hurdle to overcome.
Dated back to the dinosaurs?
Right impact at the end of the Cretaceous period, which spelled the end of the dinosaurs. With their hosts extinct, the vocal cord parasites had no option but to find a new habitat. Birds. As genetic successors to the dinosaurs, with functioning air sac apparatus already in place, birds were the perfect choice.
That guy's a ranger, that guy's a liquid carbon missile engineer.
Birds that flew at high altitudes with thinner air. So they parasitized ground-dwelling birds and altered their respiratory system for the sake of reproduction. They gave the birds the means to produce sophisticated...
You've reached the guard post. Where's the escort unit?
Responsible for chirping. This is the proof that points to activation of Fox P2 in songbirds as well as humans. The Cenozoic era began with a rise in oxygen concentration, which helped mammals to evolve and increase in size. The parasites then shifted to humans as a more effective host. Humans' bipedal upright walking meant that our throats could support larger resonating chambers. At first, vocal cord parasites entered humans using birds as their intermediate host. But eventually they changed to conducting their entire life cycle within human hosts. What happened next is as I have...
The escort unit isn't there. We must be too late. Is there anything there that might lead us to the target? Look everywhere in the guard post.
Language. And once the parasites could no longer use it as their mating call, they died out. Or in other words, the parasites overcame all evolutionary hurdles except humanity. Skullface shared his opinion on this matter. He said the Ethnic Cleansers Project was sure to succeed. After all, the parasites had a grudge against us humans. To think we awoke them after such a long slumber, just so they could sate their thirst for vengeance. It is terrible, unforgivable, and yet it is what I have done. I learned...
You gotta extract him?
Cord parasite's existence in literature belonging...
We found an intel file. Use your iDroid to scan it.
Why does only Homo sapiens...
Perfect, boss. It's the escort plan for the transport truck. I'm putting the escort unit's predicted route on your iDroid. Get after them. They should rendezvous with the target soon.
Indeed, was the mystery that gave rise to this theory. I was fascinated by the idea of their existence. In the Dine creation myth, the Neo Dine, who first inhabited the world, were insect-like creatures. I came to imagine that those insects...
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Living in symbiosis with the vocal cord parasites. But I had not the faintest idea of how I could resurrect them. That is...
He's coming too. Roger that.
What he offered me was not just assistance with my metallic archaea research. He told me the vocal cord parasites really existed. And not only did they exist, they had already been brought back to life in the modern age. An ancient human cadaver, host to the parasites of the time. Cypher excavated such a cadaver from a permafrost region and isolated the DNA coding of the vocal cord parasites. Naturally, they were long dead and could not be brought back, but there was an alternate vessel they could use. A relative species of the Pentastomida discovered in China. It had adapted to live in the nasal cavity of animal hosts, but its genetic sequence showed signs of common ancestry with the vocal cord parasites. Ontogenesis, a path of an organism to maturity, is like a roadmap of the phylogenetic evolution of the entire strain. Cypher used this to effect a reverse evolution of the modern parasite and resurrect the vocal cord parasites. They interposed a developmental mechanism to the ontogenetic stage analogous to when the relative species first appeared, the point at which it split from the vocal cord parasites, forcing its evolution down the other path, the vocal cord parasite path. The larvae is produced by the vocal cord parasites, reborn. I do not know in detail how Cypher accomplished this, but clearly they have access to high-level genetic technologies. Skullface said it was the work of a genius woman scientist, and that the relative species in question was first discovered by a group once called the Philosophers. I was tasked with modifying the resurrected parasites. He charged me with 2 demands. First, to add lethality to these organisms that had once lived in peace with man, by unleashing the larvae's latent desire to consume nutrients from the host's lung tissue, making them eat until the lungs were destroyed.
Uh-oh. The enemy's on combat alert. Now that they know we're chasing them, the target will make an end run to its destination. Hurry up and find that truck.
In and there, only when exposed to specific pronunciations continuously over an extended time. What he would do to the Diné if I failed. I had no choice. Originally, the ultimate objective of the ethnic cleansing parasite project was the identification of not only languages, but of actual cultures. Language is deeply connected to ethnicity, but many languages are employed by multiple ethnic groups, and confrontation between those ethnic groups is by no means rare. If the cleanser parasites were to be a deterrent against ethnic conflict, they had to distinguish between groups using means other than pure language. The original plan called for this to be achieved by differences in the transmission vector. Each ethnic group has different lifestyle customs and eating habits. For instance, parasites living in shallow water and taken in through the skin could be used to target rice farming groups, or parasites using cows as their intermediate host would be ineffective against cultures that abstain from eating beef. But that is a lofty goal indeed. The current parasites mainly rely on droplet transmission. It would take extensive time to alter the transmission route. I eventually learned that the Ethnic Cleansers project had been shut down. It was Skullface who put it back into operation. But despite that, he told me to forget about the transmission route and just focus on language identification. I do not know why. I understand that the Chinese philosophers who discovered the relative species of parasites originally planned to develop a phonogrammic Alexion parasite The left temporal parietal region is home to the part of the brain that identifies the phonetic symbols of the English language. They wished to create a strain that would parasitize that region and suppress its literacy functions. The brain area responsible for identifying the logographs of Chinese, meanwhile, is in the left middle frontal gyrus, meaning that even if native speakers of Chinese were infected with the parasite, the literacy would be unaffected. Old and new,
That's not good.
and west, there is no limit to the delusions of those in power. But this delusion threatens to become a reality. I have to do something to stop this. There must be something I can do.
Come on. There we go. Alright, time to get a little stupid. Get her alive. Come with me.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us. I have an urgent report from the intel team. The target has almost made it to Gazeba camp. You've got to hurry.
Gazeba camp? God damn it. Shit.
Alles geht Spinnin, du stehst hier. Alle hier nieder. Position. Heraus. Alle hier nieder. Position.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last.
Was he still alive?
You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to mean?
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No, the primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy.
The target is past the guard post to the west of Gazeba camp. It's going to be out of the mission area soon.
Yeah, I failed this one.
Pushed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapy.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
I need that tank.
Extract the PF transport truck. Throw a wrench into Cypher's plans. You can view the escort unit's predicted route on your map. The target should link up with them somewhere along it.
I gotta ambush this bitch before it gets to the Kaziba camp, because that place is way too hot.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last.
Was he still alive?
You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to be?
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No. The primary effect. Keeping the giant host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly burned. Fire washed across his thin young frame and stole his skin and his throat, even his lungs. Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
And then he lost the ability to die.
That is correct. The parasites live on past the host's death, still aiding cell composition. At that stage, there's no way to extract them from the host cells. There is no way of knowing when the last soul Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am one to talk.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
When I burn, I will truly be one.
Uh-oh. The enemy's on combat alert. Now that they know we're chasing them, the target will make an end run to its destination. Hurry up and find that truck.
According to Skullface?
Yeah. Skullface had 2 of the English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just lost one. And you tell me Skull...
Skulls. If these bastards are pulling guard duty, that proves the cargo is headed to Cypher.
One of your comrades, or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically.
Close to your spirit, close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one. Makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Scarface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant. Why? I tell you what Scarface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, they cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain,
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
what about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
There'd be another outbreak.
the final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In their flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you?
Fuck.
Snake, talk to me! Snake!
Extract the PM transport truck. Throw a wrench into Cypher's plans.
Damn it.
View the escort unit's predicted route on your map. The target should link up with them somewhere along it.
Skullface has finally burned out. The world is rid of his existence at last. Was he still alive? You could say that. But you could also say he'd been dead for decades.
What's that supposed to mean?
Biologically speaking, it's hard to say how much was his life.
Side effects from the treatment?
No, the primary effect. Keeping a dying host alive as long as possible. That is the whole point. But in the end, he grew too dependent on his children. As if he had any other way to keep on living. He first underwent parasite therapy before the Soviet Union became his home. His body was horribly
There they are.
burned.
The escort unit's on it. That truck is the target. Extract it out of the mission area. You can also drive it out of the hot zone yourself.
Only through repeated therapies could the parasites keep him alive. Most of his life became something the parasites gave to him.
And then he lost the ability to die.
That is correct. The parasites live on past the host's death, still aiding cell composition. At that stage, there is no way to extract them from the host cells. There is no way of knowing when the last cell of Skullface's body would die. The only choice was to burn the whole thing. And his children, along with it. And I am
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper.
My life is snuffed out.
Uh-oh. The enemy's on combat alert. Now that they know we're chasing them, the target will make an end run to its destination.
Unless I trigger the skulls.
My children.
Skulls. If these bastards are pulling guard duty, that proves the cargo is headed to Cypher.
Parasites.
According to Skullface?
Yeah. Skullface had 2 of the English strain with him. You burned both of them.
There was an oil fire. I tossed him in.
So that just leaves 1. And you tell me Skullface said he used it.
He said it was very close to me.
Very close. One of your comrades. Or someone ordered to kill you. Or he could have been speaking metaphorically.
Metaphorically.
Close to your spirit. Close to your heart. Someone who either loves you or despises you.
The second one makes a long list.
Whichever it is, act with caution. Skullface implanted someone with the English language strain. Who it is irrelevant.
Why?
I tell you what Skullface really meant. Very close to you means you will be exposed. All the infected here have been given the Wolbachia. Even if the vocal cord parasites infect them now, They cannot reproduce. But if there's a different host among us, host to the English strain,
If that were the case, we'd see the symptoms.
what about the non-English speakers?
We have plenty of those, but the staff use English as a common language.
But if that someone has not spoken English yet, and begins to speak it now,
There'd be another outbreak.
the final mating pair of the English strain must be found immediately. Skullface is gone, but his threat still remains. On this base, do you see what the final mating pair is? With him dead, those parasites are the stain he wished to leave upon the world. His thirst for vengeance. In their flesh. Think. Does anyone here bear a grudge against you? Who would target you, specifically?
The ethnic cleansers that Code Talker mentioned, they weren't Skullface's true goal. All we have is circumstantial evidence, but here's my theory. It was Cypher who started developing the vocal cord parasites as bioweapons, parasitic weapons, and Africa was the testing ground for them. As Code Talker said, their purpose is the ethnic cleansing of only those who speak a particular language. So they could do a weapon of mass destruction to eradicate specific groups, races, ethnicities, or colonies by the language they speak. Or a kind of absolute language control. Or maybe a tool for those arrogant fools to build some misguided utopia. I can see plenty of uses for them. However, in practical terms, they wouldn't be as dangerous as you'd think. Counteracting the parasites is easy, after all. Cut them out of your throat to save your life, or just don't talk. That also prevents the infection from spreading. So if the international community were to find out about them, they'd no longer be the threat they were conceived to be. In which case, their targets would be limited to minority groups as a deterrent or a terrorist tool. It's hard to imagine Cypher developing something like that as a main weapon for their arsenal. That leads me to think we've only tugged on one little thread in Cypher's grand tapestry. An obscure corner of their work, possibly forgotten altogether. In any case, things changed. When Skullface was forced to relocate to Africa and he saw that thread dangling. All the time he continued that research, he was secretly following his own agenda. The ethnic liberator parasites. His English language strain.
Shit.
Skullface said there were only 3 samples of the English language strain parasite, and I think we can believe him. Bringing his ethnic liberator's plan to fruition depended on creating an English version of the vocal cord parasites at all costs. But an English strain would have been useless to Cypher. Worse, it could have destroyed everything they'd built. It was the one type they couldn't allow. That means Skullface was forced to develop his English strain out of sight of Cypher's network. Naturally, he couldn't use the greenhouse facility Cypher had set up and filled with guinea pigs. Skullface must have found some secret place to create his precious few English parasites, hiding all evidence like a man cheating on his wife. Somewhere, an entirely standalone environment. And when his plan entered its final phase, he must have made the place disappear. Some little room, could be anywhere, but now nowhere at all. We'll never know where he did it, but to elude Cypher's surveillance, it couldn't have been big. I believe Skullface was telling the truth. There were only ever 3 samples of the English language strain. Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return to the glory days of the Cold War. The threat it poses reignites the nuclear arms race between the world's major powers. The demand for nuclear weapons increases around the globe. What if you then introduced a nuclear weapon anyone could get their hands on? Non-nuclear nations, militant groups of all shapes and sizes, they'd all jump at the chance. Sahelanthropus was a marketing tool to sell nukes all around the world. But I think it's safe to say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread. Everything that's happened is already a fading memory, never to join the pages of history. Except for Cypher. Cypher won't forget. They'll already be working on something, quietly, beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake? Snake!
I'll fuck with those repeat missions later. I don't think I had the right guns for that.
Boss, we need you to get back a film canister one of our informants hid in the field. He was working under my orders to investigate the extraordinaries that showed up in Cyprus. The man on fire and the floating boy that keeps showing up where they're not welcome. Apparently they were the subjects of some top-secret research conducted by the Kremlin. Unfortunately, that meant our informant drew the attention of the KGB's Directorate S, and they took him out before we could make contact. The good news is he placed a report in a film canister and hid it somewhere in Spookmake Keep. Just before he died, he transmitted VI of the hiding place to us, but the data was cut off partway through. The image is far from clear, but it might provide the clue you need. We'll be analyzing the data further to try to clear it up, but for now, get to Spookmake Keep. The KGB have already dispatched a Spetsnaz squad to retrieve that film canister and cover the whole thing up. Boss, there's no time to waste. Head to Spookmake Keep and use the VI as a clue to find and retrieve that target. Why was Sahelanthropus mobile? How are the man on fire and that kid connected to Skullface's plan?
If we can just get that report, we can blow it all wide open. Then we can shake off the last remnants of Skullface and the phantoms he left behind.
Alright. Spetsnaz implies an AK, so I'm going to keep my modified AK with me. Non-lethal sniper, non-lethal all the way around. We're ready to fucking rock. This time I will not be sorting out with a vehicle. Nobody. Here we go.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmade Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmade Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
Why activate Sahelanthropus in Afghanistan? This is how Skullface wanted things to play out. The Soviet Union secretly develops a new type of nuclear weapon and successfully deploys it in Afghanistan. Revealing the existence of Sahelanthropus results in a return to the glory days of the Cold War. The threat it poses reignites the nuclear arms race between the world's major powers. The demand for nuclear weapons increases around the globe. What if you then introduced a nuclear weapon anyone could get their hands on? Non-nuclear nations, militant groups of all shapes and sizes, they'd all jump at the chance. Sahelanthropus was a marketing tool to sell nukes all around the world. But I think it's safe to say that plan was stamped out before it got up and running. The world's intelligence agencies never did turn up anything conclusive on it. After all, Sahelanthropus vanished before word could spread.
There's some high ground there. Just what you need for recon.
Never to join the pages.
Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Quietly beneath the surface. They'll use the pieces of data scraped together from this incident to build their own bipedal weapon. It'll take them a long time to complete it, but for now, the greed sector have found their new life's work. We'll have to be ready too. Hewitt's dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. 9 years ago, he was exiled to South Africa, stripped of political power. The upshot's that he ceased being a serious threat, in Cypher's eyes anyway. They eased up on surveillance, giving him an opening to establish his own military unit, one that answered to his will alone. Those men likely had no idea their orders were coming from Skullface. They probably didn't even know the organization was a part of Cypher at all. Anyway,
It was in South Africa where he found renewed interest in parasites. And when he discovered the vocal cord parasites, he began to make his plan. Wipe the English language out of existence. Free the world, not by taking men's lives, but by taking their tongues. In his eyes, the greatest symbiotic parasite the world's ever known isn't microbial. It's linguistic. Words are what keeps civilization, our world, alive.
There was something Skullface said. America is made up of many peoples, but those peoples never mix. Quite so. One nation, home to hundreds of different ethnic groups, many of whom stick to their respective living areas. Little colonies, not interacting with other groups, going out of their way to avoid one another. Their land, organizations, relationships. Thus, the United States of America is no melting pot.
Damn it, the
It is
favorite.
more of a salad bowl. It is not made up from one people, but for its minorities to function in society. A common ground is needed. Language. Even if the country is not one. No, because it's not one. A lingua franca is necessary. English. American hegemonism was born from the illusion that English could unite diverse ethnicities. In taking in people from around the globe, America became a microcosm of it. Now the boundaries between it and the rest of the world have become blurred. However,
Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
each other. If English can bring unacquainted neighbors together in America, this should hold true for the world. This salad bowl that is the world can also become one.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
КП-101. Поиски закончены. Противник не обнаружен. Прием. Это КП. Понял. Не расслабляйтесь. Они еще могут быть рядом. Нет связи.
How do I do this mission? Secure film canister. So... Come on, trying to disengage. Please don't see me. Shit. I thought I could CQC him before he had to do that.
Boss, come in. Boss?
Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden.
Also, what the hell's the
To
VI?
retrieve the target before the enemy does. There's some high ground there. Just what you need for recon.
I don't know what the VI is. Oh. Oh, here. Okay. This time, don't get an alert status. I shot you. There we go. good.
Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
Where are your...
No.
Speak.
Prisoners?
A prisoner. You gonna help him?
Oh, yeah? Where is he? Like, for real, where is he? Oh, yes, I will. Ah, shit. Rocket punch. Sleep grenade. 99 bitches.
Это КП, понял. Усилить безопасность. Повышенная боевая готовность. Конец связи.
Come on. Of course, he's a fully armored bitch. Oh no.
Speak.
don't have much time. Okay. Looking at these arches over here. Go.
You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
Hands up. Подожди. Не стреляй. Не стреляй. Get down. Where are your friends?
True. Right on the butt. Rocket butt. Alright, enjoy that, fuckers. I'm gonna go rescue me a prisoner. Who is... Take a right, and... Can I not do that yet? Better let me get this prisoner.
All right, you're out of the hot zone. No enemy forces in pursuit. Mission complete.
No, the mission's not complete. I still gotta get the prisoner.
Mission complete. Great work.
Oh no, it didn't let me get the prisoner. Can I redo this? Oh no. No, it's not okay. That guy was a noise suppression specialist. He didn't. He's a noise suppression specialist. I needed him. If I could get that noise suppression specialist, and that means I could get suppressors that had infinite...
Boss, I've updated the mission list.
Oh,
You received a new job offer. The details are on your iDroid.
Oh, great.
Открыть огонь!
Mission. Extraordinary. Hey, I can. Okay. This time, I know exactly where to go. And we're gonna get that prisoner. Smokes. Oh my god. fuck. Get in. Get in. Get in. Get in. They're really kind of wonky, honestly. It's like they're really hard to control.
Fire!
Oh god. Oh jeez. Like, they definitely don't want you to stand on top of vehicles so you can cheese your way around walls. Alright, I'm gonna have to hoof it. First, gotta make sure that combat deployment's all set. Eliminate the dictator. Oh, I should have done that. Oh well. Next chance I get. Holy shit, that's a lot of GMP. Also, I lost 2 S-ranked folks. That sucks. Alright, let's learn a little bit about Skullface.
Hewitt's dug up some interesting facts about our skull-faced friend. 9 years ago, he was exiled to South Africa, stripped of political power. The upshot said he ceased being a serious threat, in Cypher's eyes anyway. They eased up on surveillance, giving him an opening to establish his own military unit, one that answered to his will alone. Those men likely had no idea their orders were coming from Skullface. They probably didn't even know the organization was a part of Cypher at all. Anyway, it was in South Africa where he found renewed interest in parasites. And when he discovered the vocal cord parasites, he began to make his plan. Wipe the English language out of existence. Free the world, not by taking men's lives, but by taking their tongues. In his eyes, the greatest symbiotic
But it does take their
parasite
lives.
ever
It
known
fucking
isn't
kills them if they
microbial.
speak English.
It's linguistic. Words are what keeps civilization, our world, alive.
There was something Skullface said. America is made up of many peoples, but those peoples never mix.
That's not even remotely true. Okay.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does.
There was something Skullface said.
There's some high ground there.
America,
Just what you need for recon.
many peoples, but those peoples never mix. quite so. One nation, home to hundreds of different ethnic groups, many of whom stick to their respective living areas. Little colonies, not interacting with other groups, going out of their way to avoid one another. Their land, organizations, relationships. Thus, the United States of America is no melting pot. It is
So nothing has changed.
It is not made up from one people, but for its minorities to function in society. A common ground is needed. Language. Even if the country is not one. No, because it's not one. A lingua franca is necessary. English. American hegemonism was born from the illusion that English could unite diverse ethnicities. In taking in people from around the globe, America became a microcosm of it.
I read you.
Now the boundaries between it and the rest of the world have become blurred. However different our neighbors may be, English enables us to create symbiotic relationships with each other. If English can bring unacquainted neighbors together in America, this should hold true for the world. This salad bowl that is the world can also become one. Greatest wealth is not money or land. It is the number of individuals under his control. Subjects who work, consume, are there to be used as pawns in war. For a capitalist ruler, his people's power becomes his power. You are the same with your diamond dogs. You spin it with your speeches. But what you're doing is bringing as much talent as you can into your little domain. Every person another feather in your cap. Yes.
Yes.
Times, every civilization's ruler has had the same idea. When people unite under one will, they become stronger than the sum of their parts. And the one will is the ruler's will. And what do rulers use to bring people together? Language. In the Old Testament, it is written that only one language was spoken in Eden. A shared tongue that united all of humanity. Mankind eventually grew aware of its power.
Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
This angered God, who splintered the language of man, and the tower was never completed. Languages emerged, and the earth was divided as men went their separate ways. Every age is the same. A ruler's first order of business, after conquering new land, is to force his tongue on its people. Ancient Rome, Napoleon, and now Zero. English is wreaking havoc around the world right now. The British Empire tilled the land with war as its hoe, then began planting the seed that is English. Eventually, American capitalism became the new instrument. To play its game of wealth, you only had to abide by one rule: English. By exploiting people's desires, English has become a leash. that people gladly wear around their necks, it would seem.
I love you, baby.
Okay, subject is in. You gotta extract him.
Everyone, good one.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Понял. Немедленно уничтожить конец связи.
Destroy it.
Boss, the target's been destroyed.
Mission failed.
Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
Boss, the target's been destroyed.
Mission failed.
Okay, let's think about this. I have to clear this place out, then get the prisoner, then go back for the tape. It's a pain in the ass.
Boss, retrieve the film canister our informant hid in Spookmate Keep before he died. It contains vital information on Skullface's plan. For now, our only clue is the garbled photograph the informant tried to send us before the end. We're working on analyzing the data, but there's no time to wait. A KGB Spetsnaz squad is after the target as well. Boss, go to Spookmate Keep and use the VI to lead you to where the film canister is hidden. It is paramount you retrieve the target before the enemy does. There's some high ground there. Just what you need for recon.
To play us out, what does that mean? We'll do it live.
Ja, at-e. You disappoint me. Have you forgotten my face?
Leave me be.
You won't respond to anyone else, so I figured it must be me you wanted to see. But now you won't even look at me.
Have I not suffered enough?
Not until you've eased my suffering first. To tell you the truth, old man, I'm in a bit of a bind. It's about your children. You know what I mean? The parasites. The ones that infect a man's throat, killing him if he speaks their language.
They must not be allowed to multiply.
You are allowed to live only in order to help me. But you don't want to, do you? So why not choose death instead? Because you want to protect the Diné and their land from me. Purpose, isn't it? Don't lose sight of that now. It's in your interest to cooperate. Because if you don't...
Madness.
The parasites can't detect your people's tongue. So I'll just have to resort to more heavy-handed means. I have the greatest respect for your people. I would rather avoid such a thing, but we don't always get our way. I was born a tiny mote in a mighty tempest. And until those winds abate, all I can choose is how to act when they blow me this way or that. Tell me, Code Talker, what happens to a man infected with a pair of your parasites? Can they be removed? Can the full-blown symptoms be prevented?
It is impossible. Remove the parasites alone. They have too close an affinity with humans.
Then how do you stop the symptoms from developing? All right. I was hoping for an answer now, but perhaps you just need a little more time. I'll be back soon. I've set up shop, not far from here. We'll be seeing a lot more of each other.
If you're close by, then it is almost complete.
We're in the final phases. All that's left is to see if I can actually disable a nuke, with the help of your metallic archaea. Once that's done, I won't have to return here again. And your suffering will end. As will your people's. We're almost finished, Code Talker. Each in our own way.
Boss, we fully decrypted the VI data. Now the target's hiding place should be clear as day. Check your iDroid.
Stopping you. I'm only alive because you want me that way.
Ridiculous.
As you wish. My regret is this misunderstanding between us. You and I, our goal is the same. We should be working together. A symbiosis.
You do not know my mind. I simply wanted the Diné bloodline to endure.
Really now? You're just another mote in the store. How you react to all the slings and arrows, that's what counts. That's why you call those squirming monsters your children.
What I have done is forbidden. Forgive me, all of you.
The world should be left the way it is. You of all men should know that. Forgive me, but my schedule has changed. The time for grace and good manners has now run out.
Please. Torture will not work on me. Surely you know this.
Oh, I have no intention of getting rough with you. You haven't been beaten. Your hands aren't even tied. Just like me, you live in symbiosis with countless parasites. What wounds I might inflict, they'll patch right up. You might feel considerable pain, but I've no doubt you can withstand it.
Then what do you plan on doing?
I have a soldier standing outside. Nothing special about him, except that he always obeys. I have given him one instruction. Whenever I ring this bell, he passes on a message for me. That message is simply, go.
What is this?
After that, though, it gets complicated. The message will arrive at a room, a little bigger than this one, nothing special. Some of your people are in this room, surrounded by my men.
Enough of this.
They pick them at random. No regard for age, gender. In that, I suppose, they're different from you. Not as discriminating. They tied them up, one by one, blindfolded them. We had to maintain order, you understand?
You bastard.
Go. When they hear that, my men will pick one of your people and infect them with a parasite. Your parasite.
It won't work on my people.
True. The vocal cord parasite doesn't respond to your language. But what about English?
An English strain. It exists.
A ring of this bell, and they infect one person. If that person abandons the Navajo language, the English strain will trigger symptoms.
You monster.
So, it's quite simple. Every time I ring the bell, another of your people is infected.
Don't do this.
I don't want to do this. I'd rather not have to ring the bell, which is... You will talk to me.
What do you want? What else could you possibly want?
You know the answer to that. How to prevent the symptoms caused by the parasite.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Forget the idea.
Forget it. Unlikely.
I will never tell you. What have you done?
You made me do that.
You black-hearted...
Settle down.
Don't use it again.
Well, that is up to you. All you need to do is tell me what I want. How to prevent the vocal cord parasite symptoms.
Why? Why do you need to know?
You gonna extract him?
At Waleamasa are all dead.
What?
The parasite traveled downstream.
How?
It would appear that he was involved. Another demon who woke up from 9 years of slumber. As a result, the vocal cord parasite spread through the village.
I told you this would happen.
It was an unfortunate accident.
Oh,
He is
later,
becoming an
F-Tones.
annoyance.
Thanks for stopping
He may
by.
stumble
Thanks for
upon the
stopping by,
truth
man.
sooner or later.
And thanks for
But I
subscribing,
suppose
man.
that
That's
is
awesome.
really of no consequence. One day, he too will pay for what he has done.
Black Anna. The real demon is you.
You know, this incident made me realize something. You are right. I should have acted with more humility. These creatures cannot be controlled. All the more reason I require a means to stop them.
There is no such way.
Oh, really?
Wait! Don't ring it again.
It is up to you. Out with it.
I see now. There must be more to it than that.
What?
They are in you. You use this land to breed more of my children. And not just here. No. In pursuit of your ethnic cleansers. You sifted through many language strains. Finding hosts. Breeding more and more. You would have been infected in the process. Infected with countless strains. Most likely your mother tongues as well. Romania, northern Transylvania. You found that one too. Yes, the Hungarian strain. that responds to the CK's dialect.
Silence!
Black Anna. It is you who shall pay.
Is this your retaliation, old man?
You've completed your objective. Now get out of the hot zone.
I will go and never bother them again. You heard me. What now? What? No! What are you doing?
I am not afraid. I probably have every language strain inside of me. Meaning all the world's languages are already lost to me. But that suits me fine. If need be, I myself can produce whatever strain is needed.
And that means nothing to you.
Okay, subject is in.
You can never again speak your mother tongue. Otherwise you will die. As will every one of your countrymen.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Here and there won't trigger the symptoms. And besides, the time is not yet right to show this face in my homeland. Not until my revenge is complete. Now...
Stop!
We're out of time. I have to get going. Well...
No! Radiation. It's radiation.
Radiation, of course. So it can be used.
But how much? I do not know.
Radiation denatures their reproductive cells, preventing them from mating.
Same principle as the sterilization technique. The reproductive cells are more sensitive to radiation than the rest of the body. But I have not tested it. There is no telling what mutation could result, or how the host may be affected. Not to mention what could happen if this is done post-infection.
I don't care. This plan goes into action now. As long as it works, the details can wait. You wouldn't be lying to me, of course, old man.
I can guarantee nothing.
I owe you my life. My body has been burned on countless occasions, but it survives, thanks to your children. That is why I trust you.
Then do not repeat my mistake.
What's that?
In the west,
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone.
flesh.
No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
In the east, it is said the man.
Mission complete, boss.
Fairly certain that I got that tranquilizer, or that suppression specialist now, which, he'll enable the production of, like, weapons that have unlimited suppressors, which is way too valuable to ignore. What the fuck? Extract the highly skilled soldier. Alright. Eliminate wandering puppets. Alright, may as well, since we're here.
Please.
What wounds on? And we had to main. Your.
I know we were in like the 8-minute mark of that thing. Jesus.
The man of flesh brings spiritual power.
Sure.
The people knew back then. that these creatures carry the gospel. They do not belong in our hands. They must not be touched.
How enlightening. I'll remember that. Consider this my thanks.
What are you?
Catch.
No!
Well then, I'm afraid it really is goodbye this time, Code Talker.
There is no soldier.
Huh. Now where did he run off to? Guess he wasn't as obedient as I thought.
There never was any soldier.
So long.
You! How dare you!
Boss, we gave Ralph, that kid who died in the accident, a burial at sea. The man in charge of that facility has been severely punished. But ever since, the kids have been acting strange. It's obvious they've lost their trust in adults. I was getting reports of them ignoring the staff, or getting insolent, and even violent. And a few days later, several of the kids did a disappearing act. They snuck into choppers and shipping containers and got off base. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. These kids were born in a war zone and forced to grow up as war fighters. If they're left alone, war is how they'll die. But I thought we showed them there are other reasons to live. I never liked having children on Mother Base. But the thought of them going back to the battlefield and picking up their old lifestyle is something I can't stomach. It makes me think of Chico, 9 years ago. We have to get those kids back. Hell, they know too much about our operation. I never expected even the kids to betray us.
Что это?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Snake, you remember the White Mamba? Of course, he's been going by Eli since we brought him on base. He was the leader of the child soldier unit we took out of that village and into our protection. Well, according to the kids you brought back here, all the escapees were especially close to Eli. There's reason to suspect he's behind all 6 escapes. We've already detained him. I'll be questioning him shortly.
Wait. You'll be?
Ocelot.
You're incapable of taking an impartial stance with those kids. Question them all you want. It'll get you nowhere.
Ocelot, you get too many kicks from your art of interrogation.
It's not a matter of art. It's about quick, minimal strokes of psychological warfare. That's what gets
That's the target.
And it's the best way to keep both questioner and subject safe. The risks only increase the more an interrogation drags on. At that point, it causes as much pain to the inflictor as the inflicted.
Like I said, too many kicks.
What I'm trying to tell you is we need quick results. Otherwise, it'll be too little, too late.
I know that.
And besides, I know this subject. I won't go overboard with
with a kid. Forget it. You're not needed. Snake, we'll want to question the other kids too. Be sure to bring them all back.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Snake, about the escaped children. Eli confessed. The way he tells it, they wanted to go back to the battlefield. Don't rob them of their freedom, he said. If you bring them all back, there will be consequences. Next to be asking for our surrender.
Consequences? What consequences?
No idea. That's all I have for now.
You're too attached to those kids. Stop protecting Eli.
Listen to yourself.
Let me question him, and we'll get some real answers.
Not necessary. I'll report as and when.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Boss, we found weapons in the children's section of the living quarters. As you know, weapons are strictly off limits. We've got some rule breakers. The weapons we found were handmade. Found out of knives and forks, a couple of bow guns built out of scrap, and explosives made using detergents. And get this.
On the ground.
The explosives were tightly packed with nails. The kids put the blame on, you guessed it, Eli. I guess that's what he meant by consequences.
I questioned him about it, but this time he claimed they want to be put out on missions. Send us to the battlefield, he says.
Miller, enough is enough. You've protected him too much already. It's my turn to question him.
Protected?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Comply with my demands or I'll respond with force. But it'll be war at this rate. Forks and soap aren't going to kill us, but some of them will end up dead. Is that what you want? Now, I hate to say it, but they want to be on the battlefield. It's time you gave up this fantasy.
Eli, he said they'd rise up against us if we bring the last kid back.
There, you see? Ignore his demands. Don't let him return to quarters. That attitude is contagious. We'd lose control over them for good.
For the time being, we've confiscated those handmade weapons. We're bumping up security and the number of psychiatric counselors. As for Eli,
he needs some very special care.
You mean solitary?
Well, we can't leave him in contact with the other kids. If you won't do it, I will. Boss, keep working on extracting those kids.
I've already extracted all the kids. I'm just catching up on my intel tapes.
The kids you brought back to base have laid out the situation. They all escaped to each of their home villages, or were trying to get home, and lost their way. Not that homesickness is going to explain everything we've seen.
Each of their home villages? They were trying to raise troops for the rebellion.
You really think these kids have an armed uprising in them?
You read the report of the security team member who had a rock thrown at him. There'll be a riot if we don't do something. And Miller, this is because you didn't act fast enough.
Fine. I'll admit you were right this time.
Seal off the kids' quarters from outside contact before it's too late.
All right.
Eli said his rebellion would start when the last kid is brought back, right? You better be ready to meet him head on if it really happens.
Yeah.
You should have left it to me in the first place.
Boss, they're just kidding. We have a responsibility to see that those kids make it. It's not about feeling protective or the pros and cons. I hate kids. That's exactly what I heard from the people who raised me. People who abandoned me, more like. That's the spark that kept me going, you know? I wanted to show those adults what I was made of. Wanted to get back at them one day. But before I knew it, I was all grown up. Never saw it coming. All of a sudden, people treated me as an adult. Some adult I turned out to be. But I feel like
Oh
if my
no,
life had been
Rain.
different, if the adults I knew had been different, I could have grown up better. Yeah, that's it, all right. I wanted to use those kids to test that theory. That's all this was. From their point of view, I'm no different from the assholes who gave me a hard time. When this is all blown over, I'll talk it out with them. If that's still possible.
That's the target.
Kids out there. Bring them back safe.
Boss, it's me. Eli's revealed what he wants. He wants to speak with you. With Big Boss. He just said, bring my father here. Eli's too smart for his own good. No way to tell what he's thinking. All we know for sure is his men are important to him. That means we can use the escaped kids as leverage in any negotiation. Once you've brought the last one back, I'll interrogate him. If the kids do rise up, we'll meet them full force. End of story. I didn't want things to turn out like this. We could have prevented it, but it's too late now. If Eli means to take this all the way, he's gonna force us to do the same. Boss, go get that last kid.
I really gotta stay on top of these tapes as they happen.
We finished decoding the informant's report. That floating kid we've run into a few times now. Looks like he was a test subject in clinical experiments. The Soviets called him the Third Boy. The Third Boy was brought to a lab on the outskirts of Moscow from Czechoslovakia, after which he was due to be sent to a research center in Leningrad, then Siberia, and finally an academic town in Novosibirsk. It doesn't appear that the researchers witnessed the talents we've seen from him, but nevertheless, he was quite the popular subject. His latent cognitive abilities suddenly awoke en route to Moscow. According to the report, the Third Boy was easily influenced by other individuals' biofields. Evil thoughts, in particular. They affected his mind like a virus. Extreme anger or resentment, motives for revenge, in other words. Now, during the transport flight to Moscow, the boy was exposed to a powerful mental energy field coming from a certain individual. Ever since, being conscious of his powers, he's become a sort of energy generator. What's unique about him is the way that his acute telepathic abilities get taken over by another person's will. The boy began to physically parasitize individuals experiencing extreme anger and codify the host's desires. Amplifying the host's natural strengths. Or, in accordance with the host's desires, he can also implant program code in another individual, making them a puppet, essentially. Human neural synapses transmit weak electrical currents between neurons. These electrical currents, though at a level difficult to observe, warp the magnetic field outside the body. The Third Boy is able to pick up these weak fluctuations. Contrary to psychotronics, which involves controlling the human mind, his abilities as a receptor are too high. The emotions he picks up from another individual are amplified and unleashed into his body as they recur in his brain. They turn into microwaves, which then affect the physical world, triggering paranormal phenomena like the spontaneous combustion of organic matter or psychokinesis, moving an object without touching. There's one other thing. While he's parasitizing a host, the boy's ego gets shut away, allowing the will of the host to take control of his powers, like some annoying static drowning out your own voice. That means he isn't responsible for what's been happening. Somebody's extreme anger has manifested through the Third Boy's powers in ways none of us could have predicted, which would mean this was going on somewhere around us. Looking back on it, a lot of things make sense now. The man on fire, Sahelanthropus, they both came to life thanks to the Third Boy's powers. Everything has been happening through him as a catalyst. We first saw him in the hospital on Cyprus. The boy parasitizing the man on fire's desire for revenge gave him his new abilities in return. He next appeared at the Hamid Fighters Fort where the honeybee was hidden. There, the boy parasitized Skullface's vengeful mind. He controlled Sahelanthropus, making it do whatever Skullface wanted. Same goes for when we extracted Emmerich onto the chopper. When he appeared at the Devil's House in Central Africa, Skullface's will controlled the Man on Fire via the third boy's powers. Everything is clear up to this point. But even the informant couldn't pinpoint who the host was in the cave within Serac power plant. Sahelanthropus suddenly became active, then crushed not only the Man on Fire, but Skullface as well. Surely neither of them could have been the host. Who else was at that location and bore anger more extreme than either of them? Whose will was controlling Sahelanthropus? According to the report, emotions transmitted in children's brains affect the surrounding magnetic field more strongly. Cerebral nerves are covered with insulation called myelin sheaths to increase impulse speed. The reason for this leakage has to do with the fact that children's myelin sheaths are still developing. So, how many children do you remember being there? Children with a burning desire for revenge and bearing a grudge against you. I can think of only one. Eli. We don't know what kind of life he's had, but the resentment he's shown toward adults is nothing short of extraordinary. The third boy resonated with Eli's mind. And that means Eli bore the strongest animosity of all individuals within the boy's reception range, estimated to be a 3-mile radius, beating out even Volgan and Skullface. The third boy has probably remained hooked on Eli's anger since. You remember at the Devil's House, the third boy showed an interest in Shabani? That must have been his ego making a rare appearance. He may possess abilities far beyond anyone else in the world, but he's still a kid. Maybe them both being kids was enough to bring them together. And if so, maybe with Eli, he isn't feeding off him, but acting in symbiosis with him. So what kick-started the third boy's powers? If we look at the location and time that his plane went down, we can make a pretty good guess. When the plane experienced the first anomaly, it gave an accurate report of its position to a control tower, due north of the Black Sea, 125 miles east of Kiev. Dead south on the Black Sea is Cyprus's Green Line. So the plane's position was directly north of the hospital where you'd been asleep for 9 years. And this anomaly was reported at exactly the same time that you woke up. The plane was enveloped in flame from the inside out. The fuselage burnt to ashes. There were no survivors, at least not publicly admitted. Your thoughts formed a synchronicity with the boy's psyche and were amplified inside his brain. That would have been more than enough to trigger his abilities. Your rage was like a big bang in his head, blowing the lid off his powers. The boy was then secretly moved to the lab outside of Moscow where Volgan was comatose. There, Volgan's thoughts resonated with the boy and he was awakened. Volgan became the Man on Fire, hell-bent on getting revenge on you. His instincts led him straight to you. Skullface knew Volgan from Operation Snake Eater, or perhaps from even before. Monitoring this pair of extraordinaries, he discovered the hospital and sent his assassin and XOF. Skullface was probably watching the situation from close by. Then, realizing how useful these two test subjects could be, he approached them. Reacting to Skullface's thirst for revenge, this time the boy let Skullface's will control Volgan. Volgan, at times driven by personal revenge, at times through Skullface's will, kept on moving, though his body was little more than dead meat. Perhaps there were moments where even your thoughts affected him as well.
That's the target.
The boy's power, it was like
I remember him. He was off base during the attack 9 years ago.
anger.
Bring him home, boss.
This is how the end of the report sums things up. Both the third boy and the Man on Fire were originally test subjects of paranormal research for military applications, like telekinetically controlling the leader of an enemy nation and making him launch a nuke, or stopping the heart of someone on the wrong side of the Berlin Wall, experimenting with latent human abilities. They were used as tools of the Cold War.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
But he was sacrificed on the altar of war. His life reduced to slavery.
Roger.
People's wills.
turned into a living weapon with no will of his own. Eventually, the only emotion he could feel must have been the desire to get revenge for the hand he'd been dealt. Boss, it's you that awakened the boy's powers. But there's more to it than that. I guess the anger emanating from you was something he could truly relate to.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ. This is B-Quad. On station at LZ. Gaining altitude. Departing.
Damn, 2 KIAs. %70 intel tapes played. Got that going for me. Proxy war without end. Armored column assembling to the north of the Nova Brava airport. Column contains many large-scale fighting vehicles. Okay. It's worth a shot. Seems pivotal, and there's a flamethrower blueprint in it. Somewhere. Alright.
The CFA are gearing up for a large-scale attack against Angola's MPLA government. They're assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport and will be ready to move soon. We've been contracted by the MPLA to put a stop to them. But the civil war will keep burning on, whether we accept this job or not. Another East-West proxy war with the communist MPLA on one side and the capitalist-funded CFA on the other. An endless seesaw of blood and violence played out in the hands of the superpowers. I had my doubts at first, but I think we should take this job. Skullface is gone, but Cypher still remains. Competition with rival PFs will only get more intense. For us to survive, we need to expand our organization and get strong enough that no one can threaten us. So our only option is to fight and grow, and fight and grow.
Sorry for the wait. Took a quick bio. Let's do it. Nova Braga. Looks like they're assembling a bunch of vehicles. Alright, so sniper rifles out. We're gonna go with the tried and true Grom 11. This is some kind of new grenade launcher that I haven't tested out yet, so this will be its trial run. Been souping up this G44 with a bunch of parts, trying to make a more optimal assault rifle. I'm going to swap out this sleep grenade with something a little bit more specified to a vehicle. I think. Yeah, sure, why not? As for the vehicle itself, we gotta roll out with the tank. Do not cancel. No, 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 no. And here we go. Do-do-do. I believe I will make this my last mission for the stream. I hope that it doesn't take 3 or 4 tries to complete. I swear this doesn't usually happen, I swear.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out. Listen to the tape for the contract details. Just be aware that the column's commander served with 5 Commando and later made a name for himself in South Africa's 32 Battalion. He's a hardened veteran, so don't take it lightly. Boss, I have a report from the intel team. The targets are now on the move. I've sent their predicted route to your iDroid. Check your map.
Move. Roger that, baby. Sure.
Check your iDroid for the details.
Shit. Oh, this is a mistake. Why did I get out?
Talk to me! Snake! Snake!
I thought he would stop. And I was wrong.
The CFA are assembling an armored column to the north of Nova Braga Airport. Your job is to wipe them out.
That's my tank. Whoa! That's a hell of a U-turn.
Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history. Nice work, boss. The targets are almost history. Just one target left.
Unbekende vijandelijke vechtersers is om contact te bevestigen.
So, blueprint? What is that?
I've updated the info on your iDroid. Take a look.
Oh, shit. Machine gun, machine gun. Where's the machine gun? Got it.
That's an enemy gunship. Don't try to take down a gunship from the front. You won't win in a head-to-head shootout. Try to get behind it and take it down with missiles. That's the way. Good. You completed the objective. Now get out of there. He's coming too. Roger that.
Still got blueprints to get.
I have spoken enough. Your men can take it from here. Will you permit me to rest? Have something to eat?
I thought you don't eat.
I can subsist without food. But there is more to the act of eating than nourishment. We receive nature's
burgers or
blessings
spicy chicken?
and reaffirm our part in it. And in doing so, we
How about you?
express our gratitude.
Sorry, it's, hearing you say you don't need to eat and that you're part of nature in the same breath. Anyway, what can we get you? Not exactly a 5-star restaurant, but the kitchen's used to serving a lot of different appetites.
Hamburgers.
Hamburgers?
Even we Dinne have become Americanized. I eat them often back home.
Hell yeah, Jesus chicken.
You just can't let them go. Well, as far as symbols of the American Empire go, hamburgers are pretty good. The victory of capitalism. Your people suffered so much at the hands of America. And you asked for hamburgers.
We have suffered more than you can know. But I do not see hamburgers as an accomplice. A single dish, providing a balanced helping of nature's blessings. Meat, grain, and vegetable. How could anyone hate such a magnificent thing?
Says the guy who can survive on photosynthesis. Balance has nothing to do with it. You just like a good burger.
That is also true. Be warned, though. I have very high standards.
Don't worry. I do too. All right, then. One good old-fashioned all-American icon coming up.
I look forward to it. I hope you bought a better hamburger this time, Kazuhira.
Right. Well,
The last one was lacking in every way. The patty was too thin, the bun too dry, and the lettuce days old at best.
hey, that was 100% all-beef patty, and no shortening in the bun either.
Nature's blessings, unadulterated, in hamburger form. Is that it? But when taste falls short, so does our gratitude to nature. Making such precious blessings unpalatable is sacrilege.
I hate to admit it, but I think you're right. I should have known better than to settle for second best. That's why I had him run some more R&D, develop a new burger. In fact, one of our researchers just dropped by with the latest results. Here it is. See how you like this?
We shall see indeed. I thank you for this bounty, Mother Earth.
So, what's the verdict?
Not bad,
And?
but it does not hold a candle to what I ate back home.
Everyone's a critic. Damn it. I was sure the Kobe beef, but maybe we didn't have enough. If we had any more, we're cutting into our profits.
Profits?
We'll be taking a loss on every unit.
What are you talking about?
Huh? Oh, anyway, I'll be back with another round of product.
I will be waiting. Did you say product?
Feeling hungry, old-timer?
Old timer. I do not get hungry, no. But you have a new hamburger?
You guessed it. And this time we used lamb.
Lamb.
You're not a lamb kind of guy?
A hamburger is made of beef. Whoever heard of a hamburger without beef?
Yeah, but we gotta stay fresh. Stand out from our
Looking at you,
competition.
Burger King.
You're what?
Just give it a try.
Oh my god.
Not bad. But I cannot call this a hamburger.
Thought we were onto something this time. Maybe the problem is that it looks like a regular hamburger. Gotta think outside the box. Too much baggage if they come in expecting just another burger. Let's see. Cotton candy? To make it look like a sheep? Yeah.
Just a minute. You really think people would eat that? What is it you are planning? Are you using me? A taste tester? A one-man focus group?
Well, actually, already started. I got a place called, Miller's Maxi Buns.
You are kidding me.
Well, to be honest, business hasn't been great. No one seems to like my, buns.
The Ocelot said Diamond Dog's budget did not add up. But you don't mean to tell me.
What? No. Our black budget's got it all covered. I'm not embezzling GMP or anything. Still, let's not say anything to Snake, okay?
Very well. However, Kazuhira, it takes more than premium ingredients and a clever recipe to satisfy the palate.
Okay. So what do we do?
The palate seeks one thing. Chemical additives.
Chemical additives.
There is nothing mysterious or spiritual about good flavor. The tongue simply identifies specific amino acids, which the brain then recognizes as appealing. Therefore, all that is needed is to chemically isolate those amino acids and incorporate them into your products. To be clear, I speak of flavor. The rest is irrelevant.
That seems a little extreme.
Do not forget that I am a scientist after all. And using science for the benefit of others is a joy. In seeking coexistence with nature's blessings, not everything can remain in its natural form. When we fall ill, we must be treated. Otherwise, that very nature could cost us our lives. Agriculture is one of nature's many blessings. But through that process, we damage the surrounding vegetation.
Yeah. Whether it's a massive farm or a tiny field, we always leave our mark on the land.
The same is true of parasites and for food preparation. If tapeworms in the raw meat of another animal enter the human body, they roam around trying to find their usual habitat, sometimes even eating away at the brain in their confusion. So in looking through a scientific point of view, you see the necessity for processing food. Yes, it is also sometimes necessary to eliminate certain parasites, or selectively use or even modify others. Alternatively, we could say that if a man is part of nature, the work he does is also part of it. What is important is the balance.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks, old-timer. You really opened my eyes. I fooled myself into thinking people today wanted high-quality, all-natural goods. But my favorite burgers were never about that. What they want is something like the first burger I had in America when I went to meet my dad. A Frankenburger loaded with additives. That's the America I knew and loved. I'll be back in a jiffy, old-timer. My next burger's gonna knock your socks off.
Gasolina, wait. What is important is how we balance it. Quick for a one-legged man. Frankenburger. What kind of a dive did your old man take you to?
Contact verloren. Keer terug naar laatste bekende positie. Over. De CFD, begrijp. Houd die voort in. Punt, holla. Uit.
Order through. Oh.
Schip is een Zulu 4. Die vijand is teruggekomen. Ons gaan hem nou zoeken. Over. De CFD, begrijp. En we komen niet ver, gekomen met niet. Blijf wachtzaam. Uit. HK. De CFD. Ons zijn die vijand aangetrekt, maar contact verloren naar het kruisvuur. Vijand kan nog even nabij wegkruipen. Adviseer wachtzaamheid. Over. Schip is een Zulu 4. Geen teken van die vijand. Ons staakje zoekt toch. Over. De CFD, begrijp. Lay off your rudder. Uit.
Might just be easier to pick it up. Alright, I do want to drive with you. They cannot see me.
Hands up. Get down. Spit it out.
Geoff, dis initiële. Installasie is klaar. Moeilijke vijandelijke sabotasie. Word. Dat is Geoff, begrijp. Alles ook onmiddellijk en geen terug worden. Uit.
Man, if that blueprint isn't even here. Much left in the trank gun. A blueprint over here. smell something? Yeah.
You gotta extract him.
Oh no. Man, these guys don't stay down for long. So I thought I eliminated their ability to speak to HQ. What is this blueprint? Getting everything under the sun except for this blueprint that's missing. Blueprint. It's frustrating. That guy's still knocked out. Oh, I'm missing some material containers.
That's it. You've made it out of the hot zone. No sign of the enemy. Mission complete, boss.
No blueprint. But I got a gerbil. I got a bunch of purple
Mission
plants.
complete. At least you made it out in one piece.
Oh. Okay.
Boss, as we suspected, the mastermind behind the kid's escape was Eli. It's hard to believe, but apparently he'd been plotting an armed uprising against us. He could be hiding something else, too. Ocelot's gonna press him for answers. Get back here as quick as you can.
Oh, well, shit. Let's see what old Liquid Snake is gonna spill.
Where is he?
I told you. Your father's not here.
They're back.
Yes, they're back. But don't get any bright ideas. Your quarters are under full surveillance. Your weapons privileges have been suspended. No more uprisings for you. Did you really think it would be that easy, Commander? You'll get your boys back. They'll even see the boss, too. But first, I need to know what you sent them to do.
They wanted to leave.
To their homelands.
They wanted to go home. That's all.
So they were just homesick, then?
Not quite. Military warlords, PFs, the armies that murdered their families. Cousins, brothers, parents. They all had someone they wanted to kill. I told them, last chance to face the world with no regrets.
Last chance?
You better be ready for your drag back here. Ready to face the world as enemies.
No!
Whoa, what?
I'm not like you! Goodbye, Father. I don't need you anymore.
Was Ralph really an accident? Or did Eli just rig it to stir up the boys? Either way, he had to have been planning for this all along. Bidding farewell to the world.
Well then.
Boss, we're looking for the kids in Sahelanthropus, but there's still no sign of them. We don't know if the chopper pilot is alive either. What have we gone and put in the hands of those kids? We don't know how bad this is until we find them. Also, regarding our concerns about Eli, I finished looking into whether or not he's a product of that project. I have an answer. I put it on tape. Give it a listen.
Of course it's on tape.
Boss, I've updated the mission list. We've received some new job offers. The details are on your iDroid.
You know, when you brought back all the child soldiers who escaped, Eli knew they'd returned. Needless to say, nobody said a word to him.
I guess they got a message to him somehow.
Eli wasn't put in the corner in timeout. He was locked up in that room, completely cut off from the outside world.
Then how'd he find out?
It's only one possibility I can think of. The Soviet Union has been researching military applications for psi phenomena.
Psi?
Things like psychokinesis and ESP, extrasensory perception.
You mean moving objects without touching them? Knowing what cards somebody's holding up? Psychic powers? Come on. I thought that was just another bunch of disinformation aimed at the West.
Just bear with me a second. One type of ESP is telepathy. It's the ability to know another person's thoughts through nonverbal means.
You're saying Eli read our minds?
It's the only idea that doesn't involve someone getting to him.
Ocelot.
Look, psi research isn't some hocus pocus. It's all evidence-based, scientific...
There's got to be another explanation. Maybe one of the kids stuck a note to your back.
I hope that's the case. But I am convinced that they have, or Eli has, a connection to some force we have yet to identify. You better watch yourself, boss.
How am I supposed to do that?
If he is depending on something for help, well, that's his Achilles heel. If you can figure out what that something is, you might be able to use it against him.
I'll keep that in mind.
Oh, and the medical team is looking after the kids left on Mother Base. For the moment, they don't seem too panicked. But boss, get this. Eli got those kids to plot their armed uprising as a diversion. Also, he could steal Sahelanthropus and escape. That brat got us good. Set us up and knocked us down. And then there's that mystery kid who was with Eli. With those two working together, I'd say things won't be over for a long time yet.
combat support, boss?
Where the hell are these targets?
Thank you for taking in those animals.
Yeah, I'll figure that out someday. But it is not this day. I'm about to go get some lunch with a baby girl. Well, it's been Metal Gear Monday for now. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Follow us. Be sure to check us out on Dissection Studios on YouTube. I've been Geoff Galt, also known as Phobotech, and thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Stay tuned. Tomorrow will be Tactical Tuesday, and there could even be more later in the evening with Bartles, Chrono Mercenary, and Baker in the gang, as they been thrown down at Call of Duty Warzones. Yeah, you guys rule. You guys take care, and I'll see y'all in the future.